Well, I stand here today disappointed. Why disappointed? Because countless women like me fall into this 21st century trap of career break, and I'm struggling to come out, continue to pay the penalty. I'm hopeful too, hopeful because change is happening. But with 9 million Indian women and 96 worldwide, are we doing enough? I don't think we have even begun to address the problem. So today, I want to tell you my story. I'm standing here as a proof that break does not define you. What you have done before, what you do during the break, and what you do after, that does. So I started my first career, my professional journey from the Supreme Court of India 48 years ago in 1976. But even though I was so young and so ambitious, and when I stood before the magnificent Supreme Court of India building, I told myself, one day I will become one of the best advocates that this country has produced. But life had some other plans. I got married, relocated, and came to this city of Jamshedpur. Practice was out of question. No corporate would give me a job. Frequent transfers of my husband did not allow me to take routes anywhere. So I spent my second career happily settled, so I thought, in domestic life and, of course, beautiful motherhood. But I was not happy. These were meaningless to me, not the motherhood, but just the thought that I love my profession, but I can't do that. So, whatever came my way, I took that, but learned valuable lessons along the way. So, I taught in a kindergarten, and what did I learn? I learned that little children also need and deserve respect. I worked in a travel agency part time, and I learned crisis management. I sold costume jewelry, and I learned how to do business. All this would come to help later in my work life. So this was my third career. But then when I sat down with myself, why I am so restless inside, I realized that I was in love with law and I'm still in love with law. I love my profession and I wanted to go back. What has never interested me? Why has always interested me? Why has been the driving force in my life? So I started asking questions to myself. Why I can't go back? Why? Why nobody is giving me opportunity? And my dreams, my music started dying inside me, and I was watching helplessly. But then something unexpected. In 1988, Mr. Lucy Modi, the then CEO of Tata Steel, addressed the wives of the executives in one of the conferences. And he gave us a long lecture of how to keep our men happy. And when it was time to ask questions, my hand went up first. I don't know from where I got the courage. Maybe the long years of frustration gave me that powerful courage. I challenged them. I said, Sir, you have given us a long list of how to keep our men happy. But please tell me, if I am not happy, how do I keep my man happy? I have lost out on my profession just because I got married to a man who works for you. Why, sir? And that question led to an opportunity, an interview, an appointment letter, and 25 years long legal career with Tata Steel. But let me tell you, I returned to the profession. I was lucky that I got the opportunity, but the comeback was not easy. It was a rocky ride. My domain knowledge was zero. I had forgotten everything. LAW of law. All I had was just the enthusiasm and commitment to myself that I will do it. And slowly, I would go to office and sit there looking blankly at my colleagues when they would discuss legal cases. I couldn't understand anything. But, and there was no AI, no Google to help me at that. So just a pile of books and loads of files and sleepless nights. My husband would tutor me in business environment after children. So brick by brick, I built my domain. But how do I connect the pieces? Slowly, I learned that. And the first case that I argued and I won got appreciated by the judges, including the opposite counsel. And it got reported in the legal journal. I couldn't believe myself. But that became my fixed deposit from where I could draw the confidence whenever I felt low. But something was still missing. From a very young age, I had a calling. I had a feeling that I have a calling to work in women empowerment India. But I lost direction. What? What do I have to do? I didn't know. And then in 2010, my Eureka moment came. I went to attend a conference of senior women leaders, and there they were discussing about the inner barriers that women face, which stops them from advancing in their careers. Wow, that was the moment that my heart leaped and I found my body. Now I knew this is the area that I would work. So armed with that knowledge, I came back. I deepened my learnings. I did a lot of research. I made myself aware of my own weaknesses and worked with them. And my career started advancing. And when I saw that the experiment is succeeding, I wanted to try it on my women colleagues. So I founded just for Women at Work and started me along with my other senior women colleagues. We started preparing the younger women for leadership roles. It was a very satisfying journey. Again, the experiment worked. But then I would look out of my office window and I would think, I'm like a bird in a cage. I want to fly out. I want to touch more lives. This became too small for me. So I set a goal that I'll start an organization. And 4 years later, I was 4 years away from my retirement. And 4 years later, when I retired on 31st March 2014, I got my ticket to freedom. I flew out. And second day, I launched Full Circle. That's the organization now I run, which works in the women empowerment, gender sensitization, women leadership, and prevention of sexual harassment. A lot of work has happened in the last 11 years. I have done more than 370 workshops across the country, and a lot of feedback has come that mindsets have changed, and so many women have progressed. So then my passion, my calling, and my work all came together. Recognitions came, national awards came my way. But my biggest award has been the women who have made a comeback, and they say we are inspired by your story. I've just taken a few here. Sneh, Rakhi, Namita, and Pranita. They have taken a long break and were struggling to come back, not making any hit. But finally, they took entry level uh, entry and or middle level entry, although they were in senior positions. And so quickly they rose that one of them has become the head of the department, HR, and the other took 3 leadership roles in 3 different areas. And now she's doing a vertical farming. And these women, 2 women I talked about, they have started an organization to bring more women back. So I think what we need to do is we need to trust the process. We need to keep moving. And finally, all the dots will connect, like they did for me. These are the people in my life who helped me to shape me to what I am today. My father, who 48 years ago tested me and identified that law would be my calling. How right he was. And he gave me the taste of independence in those days to go to Delhi and stay as a paying guest. My husband, he has been undemanding, unfailing support to me in whatever I have done. And this lady that you see in the middle, she is at the age of 82, addressing more than 100 judges in Allahabad and teaching them the skills of conciliation and mediation in family disputes. In last 5 years of her life, she got a certificate from the government of saving 1,000 families from breaking. She is my mother. She is my role model. And people ask me at the age of 71, you are still working? I say, I have a long way to go. You see my role model, 82. And 1 week before she passed away, she was working. She taught me how to face the fear, how never to quit, and how to keep persevering. And today, I think I see a leader in every one of you, everyone outside in this whole fight. Everybody has to give something out. Bring it out. Just bring it out and go forward. Go forward, aim high. You might surprise yourself. So, my life has come full circle today. Sometimes I wonder why God gave me such a long break. And then I feel maybe He wanted to see both sides of fence. One of motherhood, a fulfilling motherhood, because I spent 12 years with my children. And the other side, such a fulfilling work life. And maybe, just maybe, that is the future of work life in future. Because in our race to run forward, are we not forgetting our children out there? We have to. We have to take care of them. So, but one more realization that I have got. In my arrogance, I had thought I would change the world. But I realized I'm too small a person. It's not my job. It's God's job. He has a bigger plan. Sure. We are just tiny specks, just little bit. And whatever he tells us, it is our duty, as Bhagavad Gita teaches us, to just do our work, enjoy our work, and do not think of what is going to happen tomorrow. Your successes and failures are not defined. They do not define you. Your drive does. So keep God by your side always and keep working. And my request and my urge to everyone here is, as parents, as teachers, are you doing enough to bring out that passion in the children and allowing them and supporting them to go towards a fulfilling life? As society, are we changing our conditioning? Only women's job is to bring up children? No, women have come out to work. We have to make an inclusive environment where both work. Way back in 96, my spiritual master once asked me, is there any difference between a man and a woman at the soul level? He brought me face to face with my own gender. My entire work changed from that day. My sympathy for women have turned into empathy for both gender. Both have to come together and they have to work together and they have to respect each other so that we can eliminate gender discrimination from this. So with that, my prayer to my Lord is, please forgive me if I faltered the leader. And I wish all of you to find fulfilling this. Thank you.
Sunita shows us what compelling comebacks do to your life. And you keep coming back, and getting more. Thank you so much, Sunita. Can I please call Sheena Thunderwater to come on stage and present the momentum? Sheena's looking surprised. Thank you. I'm a parent with three children, one species. Our next speaker has 7,000 of them and 400 and different species, 450 different species. Don't worry, they're not aliens, they're all from our world. So, our next speaker, Sakshi Bharadwaj, has created many urban jungles, starting with a pet project at our home, and has gone on to become the brand ambassador of Swachh Bharat mission. Please put your hands on this incredible woman. Thank you.
Am I audible? So, a simple question, a set of simple questions for you. Have you ever realized that the world has absolutely changed in the past 3 decades, in 30 years? And to these, if anybody could relate, just answer me. Uh, have you ever seen a caterpillar turn into a butterfly? Or have you ever fed a sparrow or seen her making her nest? Or ever seen someone like a red velvet rain bug trailing in the nature only in the rainy days? I guess most of the people can relate to this. But if this same question is being asked for the age group 3 to 10, 12 years of children, I believe most of them would be blank. They'll be like, I don't know about this. So they don't even know how these things exactly look like, especially the rain bug, the velvet rain bug is into an endangered list. So this concept of oxygen station. So this was it. This was the childhood that we have experienced nearly 3 decades back, 2 decades back, or even a decade back. And this is something that I aim to give it back to the coming future generation. So it has to start with me. We can say it to this way that it's very hard to see how the foundation of sustainable cities and communities, smart cities, and developed nation begins with bulldozing the natural forest and scrapping off the green areas. And this will eventually lead to see our future generation carrying oxygen tanks on their back along with the school bags. This can be the future, only if we don't think today and act. Merely the crises that we face today and feel it are the poor air quality, fluctuating temperatures, diminishing green areas, loss of biodiversity, and all of this is accumulating to create an imbalance in the nature, destruction of ecosystem that we see today. All of this, the decline in AQI, the extreme weather conditions, we are facing heat waves, schools are shut in many states. My organization, Jungle Vas, is where we turn the waste into wealth, and the journey begins while I was pursuing my master's in microbiology. And while doing that, I was very keenly observing how these tiny microorganisms interact with the environment around us, and small reactions could lead them to either form a beautiful quadrant colony or decline their whole existence, or they might even collapse. Imagine the same situations with the nature. Bulldozing, desertification of natural forest is going to create a macro impact. And from here, the journey begins. I aimed to be a scientist. That's why I pursued my PhD as well. I switched from being a scientist to the person who can grow jungles. And it all started from my backyard. So the birth of Oxygen Station happened from there in 2019. It all started from the backyard and from the home inside. So I started collecting all the plastic waste that used to get accumulated in my home every single month. The green waste that used to be generated in my kitchen every single day, along with my family, of course, I wasn't the alone one. Segregating the fruit peels from it, analyzing and experimenting with the different plant species from all across the globe, and setting a hat of those plant species that can absorb more amount of carbon. They'll be easy to handle, hardy, yet beautifully, aesthetically beautiful as well. So what happened was these plastic containers turned into planters. The kitchen waste, the green kitchen waste turned into the compost that act as a nourishment for the soil. The fruit peel got converted into bioenzyme, which act as a biofertilizer for the soil. And of course, main being the plant. Combining all of this together and stretching it all across vertically, horizontally, and overhead all across the concrete porch and the backyard of my garden, I created a small oasis, a green oasis, allowed it to grow and sustain and survive for a period of time of 6 to 9 months. And once it was done, it created a beautiful space, and I could eventually feel a temperature drop of 0.1%, 0.2%. I could see the birds coming in, chirping in the morning and the evening. And the moment I used to sit over there, or anybody who used to come at my place, they would prefer sitting outside my house instead of getting inside. They'll be like, we'll be happy sitting over here. And that calm of peace. So this was the oxygen station that we created in 800 square feet. This is the front. The first image that you see is the front area, and the next image where you see a water body, there's anaerobic respiration happening beneath the ground. So this was all the waste, the kabar that used to come out of my house goes to the backyard of my garden, creating an oxygen station. In 2017, this space used to look like this, where wild horses used to be roaming around here and there. And in 2021, we created it into a complete oxygen station, which was a first initial pilot project for me. Now, even after doing this, there was a single thing that was triggering me back on and on, which was the plastic waste. Now, one best part that happened is that during this pilot project, I was able to monitor the plastic generation happening in my house every single month. And subsiding it, the innovation of using coconut husk instead of these plastic containers started. So we did intensive research. I put in my microbiology into it, and we stabilized how we can use these coconut shells into planters, worked upon different type of soil mixes, because I believe like every human body has a different blood group. Similarly, every plant has a different soil choice. So accordingly we did it, and over a period of time we curated the self-sustainable, eco-friendly, biodegradable coconut husk oxygen station that could be used easily instead of those plastic vertical walls that we see all across the globe. And the best part is the USPs of this oxygen station, the coconut husk oxygen stations were the temperature dropped from 1.5 degree to 2 degrees Celsius, because once the air flows through these coconut shells were more cooler. I could see a few species of butterflies over there, even some hummingbirds coming over, sparrows over there. And along with this, in future, due to any natural calamities or man-made calamities, if this structure ever get collapsed, it won't contribute anything to the plastic waste. It will go back to the mother earth. This is the situation that we create. This is how we did it. And after this, once we got to do all of these things, we started creating oxygen stations for people. After 2 years of intensive research and experimentation, learnings, and failures, we were able to curate an oxygen station which was established in 800 square feet of having 450 different plant species, in total 4,000 plants in my backyard. And from this, in the span of a year, we created 100 oxygen stations in Madhya Pradesh. Now, this was a startup act for me to do something bigger. And from there, Junglewar switched from searching square feet to acres of land. And once we started switching from square feet to acre of land, we started doing nature trails, ecotourism sites, agrotourism sites, urban forest, microforestry, permaculture farming, and sustainable landscape. All of these are like few examples that you see behind. And from this, the main aim and the goal was very simple. All of this that you see was to bring back all of that childhood memories, the calmness, the peace that you have when you work with the greens, back to the children of this generation and the coming generation. Engaging the youth of India, engaging people for community building programs, addressing how important environment sustainability is on ground, focusing more on climate action rather than climate advocacy. This was it. Like we developed many of the areas, and today we develop approximately, we cover 62 areas of land under microforestry, sustainable landscape, and farming. And now is it that how you and why you. So any one of you uh, who is a policymaker, maybe an industrialist, or businessman, or an advocate, anyone who's absolutely exhausted and tired of this toxic air can absolutely champion an oxygen station right at your home, your community gardens, your industry, or your company, or your barren land. And you can start it from there. You can have your own oxygen station. And we basically aim to put these microforests in urban cities and in urban landscape and into the constructions of these smart cities, where destruction and desertifications of natural forests take immense space. And we absolutely believe this part. We are doing this part that when people can't go to the jungle, we aim to bring the jungle to them. And that's the reason why we say jungle vas. And through this, you could be a jungle vasi and anubhut, the sensation and the peace and the calmness you happen to have when you work with jungle vas, and you may make your own oxygen station or an urban forest or your agroforestry sites. This is all the images that we do take while we do the projects, and it's all over India. All of these capacity building programs, engaging with the youth, all of this. So this is it. Thank you.
Sakshi, many years back as a child when I was growing up, my mother was very fond of keeping greens in the house. And so when I would come back to my native place, I'd see a lot of plants around. But at home, when I was growing up in Abu Dhabi, right at the center of our house, my mother would keep a lot of plants. And now I realize why I was so springy and so alive. I was young. My mom was really thinking of my future. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I would invite Dilith Castleton to come on stage and please present the matter. Dilith, my dear friends, is a powerhouse presenting to a greenhouse. Guys, please make way for Dilith, or she'll make her way. Put your hands together for this two wonderful men.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, well, it's quite young. I was, quite surprised when innovation has no age barrier, upwards or lower. But when somebody wants to make a difference and feels and has the confidence to take it on, I think there is no age barrier, both high and low, that could define you. It's the actions that you take that make a difference. And I want you to put your hands together for this young man, Girik Gupta. He's all of 17. I thought we would clap a little louder.
Before I begin, let's get comfortable. Turn to your neighbor, give them a smile, and say, I'm glad you're here. Great. Now raise your hand if you've ever helped someone. It could be something small, like holding a door open, or something big, like volunteering. Now keep your hands raised if that experience changed your perspective about life or about yourself. Look around. That's why we're here today, to explore that amazing feeling together. When I was a child, birthdays meant food, cakes, extravagant parties, and like any other child, I was eagerly awaiting for that day, imagining all the possible gifts that I could get. But on my 8th birthday, my parents did something unusual. They took me to an NGO home for children with disabilities. At first, I was confused. Why am I here? Why am I celebrating my birthday with people I had never met before? At the same time, I was scared. I kept holding my mother's hand because I wasn't sure what to do. But as I distributed food and spent time with them, I saw something I hadn't expected: pure, unfiltered joy. Their smiles weren't polite gestures, they were real, grateful, and infectious. They weren't celebrating me, they were celebrating with me. And that day, I learned something profound: joy multiplies when shared. I walked in expecting to give something, but I walked out realizing something much greater: a sense of fulfillment that no material gift could ever match. But this feeling isn't just emotional, it's scientific. Neuroscientists have discovered that giving activates the brain's reward area, releasing two chemicals, dopamine and oxytocin, which are responsible for happiness and connection. This is also known as the helper's high. In fact, MRI scans also show that giving induces brain activity the same way it does when people eat something that they really like or interact with people. This explains why kindness feels so good. Our brains are wired for generosity. We often associate giving with sacrifice, when in reality, it benefits the giver just as much as it does to the receiver. But giving isn't just about charity, it's about morality. And science backs up what I felt that day. That giving doesn't just transform the receiver, it also helps the giver. People often associate giving with wealth or grand gestures, when in reality, kindness isn't measured in money, it's measured in intention. A small word, a moment of attention can transform someone's life in ways we may never truly fully understand. During the COVID 19 crisis, I witnessed this personally when my mother and I had volunteered to distribute food to people who had not seen food in days. When I handed over the first packet to a family, I saw relief in their eyes. A simple packet of rice and lentils wasn't just sustenance, it was hope. Hope for a better future. When we act with generosity, we create an invisible web of kindness that people might not see, but that exists nonetheless. And that also reinforced something in me. That giving isn't about losing something, it's about creating something. And that belief led me to create Celebrate Smiles, a movement that encourages people to allocate a percentage of their celebration budget to those in need. Think of the last big celebration you attended: a birthday, a wedding, or an anniversary. And imagine if we can allocate a small percentage of that to make others smile. Just imagine the amount of lives we could change. In India, Indians spend 10 lakh crore alone on weddings annually. And allocating just one percentage of that can impact millions of lives. Through Celebrate Smiles, we have we have impacted 50,000 people, collaborated with over 50 NGOs, and conducted hundreds of events. And through all of that, I've learned something. Generosity is contagious. When people see the impact of their giving, they want to give more. And that motivates people to give. But giving isn't just about charity, it's also a leadership quality that defines truly impactful people. The most influential leaders in history weren't just powerful, they were compassionate. True leadership isn't about commanding, it's about inspiring. As school president, I realized that the best way to lead is through service. Whether it's mentoring younger students, or organizing community initiatives, or even hearing someone when they need support, leadership rooted in empathy fosters trust and resilience. Think about people who have influenced your life. Chances are they didn't do it through commanding speeches or authoritative commands, but instead through kind actions, through their willingness to invest in you, through their willingness to help you grow. People often underestimate the impact of their actions. A kind word to a stranger, a note to a colleague, or a moment of attention when someone needs to be heard can impact people far more than we realize. This is the ripple effect of kindness. According to Harvard and UCLA studies, a single impact and a single kind action can increase the likelihood of three more people doing something kind in just 48 hours, leading to a potential ripple effect of 125 people in just a week. Think of kindness like a single drop of water hitting a still lake. The ripples reach far outward than the initial point of impact. That is kindness. We create that invisible web that remains people throughout. But kindness is also a secret ingredient to professional success. I want to share a story of a donor who approached me to organize a winter charity drive to distribute blankets to those without a shelter. At first, she seemed withdrawn, tired, unmotivated. As we interacted with the people, I saw her energy shift, and by the end of the day, she was transformed, enthusiastic, and full of life. Weeks later, she came to me saying something remarkable. She noticed a direct increase in her professional life. Her productivity increased, her relationship with colleagues strengthened, and she felt more purpose driven. She hadn't expected that the simple act of giving can transform her life in such an amazing way. So let's take a look at a small video of her. I'm really thankful to Giri and his NGO, Celebrate Smiles. As I'm a working professional, I want to donate something on Makar Sankranti, but I had a very little time in my hand and couldn't arrange the logistics and the procurement of the blankets. Somehow, Greek helped me out to procure the blankets as well and the logistics, like reaching to the destination, identifying the people who are the need of the who are in the genuine need of the blankets. We identified those clusters and he helped me to cover to that place as well. And with his help and logistics all been done by him, and we distributed it successfully. And I'm feeling really great after doing this thing. This is the hidden power of giving. When we give, we develop emotional strength, resilience, and leadership, skills that are essential for professional success. According to a study by the London School of Economics, giving reduces depression rates by 22% and increases professional satisfaction rate by 44%. As Napoleon Hill once said, you can succeed best and quickest by helping others succeed. So giving isn't a distraction from success, it's a catalyst. As I look back at my childhood and all my lessons, I realize that they've all come from giving itself. Whether it's my experience at the NGO or my moments in COVID, whether it's starting Celebrate Smiles or being school president, all of these moments have shaped me to the person I am today. I'd like to take a moment to share a moment of gratitude to someone who inspired me profoundly, my mother. Watching her compassionately donate and service to the underserved communities motivated me to do the same. She taught me courage, risk, and empathy, and I believe that she is the reason for my success. Think of someone who has influenced you Perhaps thank them afterwards. Trust me, it makes a huge difference. Now, I leave you with one question. What can you give? It doesn't have to be something material or money. It could be your time and attention as well. Because giving isn't about starting and waiting for the right moment, it's about starting now. So, are you ready to harness the power of giving? If you are, say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Girish, thank you so much. That yes said it all. Everybody in cohesion. Giving of oneself is truly amazing. And for anybody who suffers from not knowing why their day is down, give of yourself and you should find a solution. You should come back and kick back again. Thank you. I call Rajesh Kumar, the chief of Tata Steel, to please come and present the memento. And Rajesh Kumar. Yeah. Thank you. Remember, you can always start young. Huh? Thank you very much. So for our next speaker, anybody ready for the next speaker? Or do you want to break for lunch? Are we breaking for lunch? Just kidding. Okay, so we are ahead of schedule, so that does not mean you take a long time for your lunch. So we're going to start now our lunch. We're going to break for lunch. And if you are quick, maybe I'll give you a small sneak peek into the performance that's going to happen later. So our time is right now. Somebody doesn't want me to speak. The time is 12:48. We were supposed to come back by 13:50. That's 1:50. But if you're good enough to come back by 1:30, we can get more time for music. So I leave it to you. You want to time yourself? Nobody wants to go. We are not timing the next speaker till lunch is over. So your time starts now. Use your name so that. Hi, my name is Prabhu, and I'm based out of Dharamshala. And yeah, very nice to be here in TEDx Dharamshala. Oh, TEDxBistupur. We are making it a Dharamshala for all. So we're making it a Dharamshala for other things. Anyway, so the point is, you're going to sing a song. Oh, I don't know about singing a song. We'll sing a song together. Come, come. Okay. Any suggestions?
Some maybe jokes. Stand up
Joke
comedy.
kare.
With the ant across the road.
I'm just here to support him.
To get to the other side. That's the correct answer actually.
Can I recite a poem?
Yes, please.
So that you want spotlight from him? If you can give him some way, this is poem will be really.
Big hand.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। अच्छा मौका मिला है, मौके का फायदा उठा रहा हूँ। एक कविता मैंने लिखी थी करीब 2 साल पहले। टाटा ग्रुप के इथोस को, उनके एथिक्स को, उनकी नीतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए, उनको समर्पित करते हुए। शायद मेरी ये कोशिश थी कि आज के जमाने में रील की तरह वायरल इतनी आसानी से होती है, तो काश मेरी कविता भी इतनी वायरल हो जाएगी, काश रतन टाटा तक पहुंच पाती, नहीं पहुंच पाई होगी, आप सबों तक पहुंच जाए। एक कविता है, सुनाता हूँ। वटवृक्ष, इसमें बार बार शब्द आएगा। वटवृक्ष का मतलब होता है बरगद का पेड़। वर्षों से दमन के जूतों तले कुचला जाता रहा एक स्वप्न का बीज। वर्षों से दमन के जूतों तले कुचला जाता रहा एक स्वप्न का बीज किसी रोज उम्मीदों के सूरज से रूबरू हुआ, जिसने बारिश के दलदल में भी जिद की गहरी सांसें ली। कुछ कुदरत की इनायत भी थी जो लकड़हारों की नजरों से बचा रहा। कई शाखाएं टूटी कई आंधियों में, कई शाखाएं टूटी कई आंधियों में, संस्कारों की जड़ें मगर गहरी जाती रहीं। इसने मौसमों का प्रकोप झेला, फिजाओं में ठंडक बरसाई, तब कहीं जाकर इतना विशाल काय हुआ वटवृक्ष टाटा। हम इसने फख्र की भुजाएं ऊंची उठाई, परोपकार की लताएं नीचे बढ़ाई, अपने बढ़ते कद से विश्व मानचित्र पर भारतवर्ष को एक पहचान दिलाई। सदियों से डटकर खड़ा रहा एक ज्वलंत मशाल सा आकार लिए, इसके साये में असंख्य बचपन झूले झूल कर बड़े हुए। दुनिया जंगल से गांव, गांव से शहर हो गई, इसने अपनी आंखों से सब परिवर्तन देखे। आदर की ये जीवित मूर्ति, आदर की ये जीवित मूर्ति, इसके चारों तरफ अब एक बड़ा सा चबूतरा बना दिया गया है, जिस पर बैठकर बूढ़े अखबार पढ़ते हैं, मजदूर गप्पे लड़ाते हैं और बच्चे बच्चे इसकी परिधि में दौड़ते हैं, खेलते हैं। इसके तने के समकक्ष लगाकर रखी गई हैं शिव, शंकर, पार्वती, हनुमान, लक्ष्मी, गणेश और न जाने किन किन की तस्वीरें, जिस पर लोग दुआओं का जल सींचते हैं। गृहिणियां मन्नतों के धागे बांधती हैं इस उम्मीद में कि ये सुख आने वाली पीढ़ी में भी बना रहे और सलामत रहे।
Thank you very much. both of you. One for the chutkule and one for the poem. Our next speaker is a mental health professional, and she spent a lot of time speaking to people, understanding what motivates them, what changes their perspective, and what is that few things in as part of the special ingredients that are necessary to transform with actionable results. Please, please welcome our next speaker, Mokshita Gautam, on stage.
So the topic given to me was power of why. Let's talk about it. So the first power that why holds, everybody knows it, is the power of curiosity. Have you seen small kids? How curious they are, asking so many questions, and how happy they are, smiling most of the time without any reason. And as we grow old, happiness index goes, and also curiosity level, and to judge more and to be more curious. And you will say how this curiosity is related to the happiness, how it is linked to each other. You know, whenever we are curious, we want to learn something new at whatever age you are. It helps us to come into present moment. And whenever we are into present moment, we are happy. We are giving 100%, whatever we are doing it. So at whatever age you are, be curious, learn new things. At this age also, I just started learning Bharatanatyam. Okay? And you just go and explore the whole new world and be happy. Okay? So the next power of purpose. The why holds power of purpose. As we grow old, as an adult, everyone, there is an exercise called purpose exercise. Everyone should do it, you know. Like, why am I doing what am I doing right now? Why am I into this field? Why am I into this relationship? Whether you are doing wonders or whether your relationship is doing very nice or not good, come sit and do this purpose exercise. You will explore something extraordinary about you. People think I'm into this work, I'm making money because of the money. No, you never know what is your purpose, what is driving force. Sit like me. Few years back, I suddenly wanted to become financially independent. Now I'm very comfortable in my life, everything is taken care. And I want to become financially independent. Here I sat with myself and I started doing this purpose exercise. And why I want to become financially independent? Because I don't want to compromise the set of values which I am compromising right now because I am financially dependent. Now there are series of whys. Okay, there is short time, so I can't just explain everything. I'll just go through last three questions. Last come because I want my son to see women, wife, sister, mother, not only they are in his life because they are financially dependent or he is a person who can help them financially, but they are there, they are in his life because of something greater. Why I want my son to respect women? Because I want him to be in a happy relationship. Why I want him to have a happy relationship? Because I love him. Care. Love. There are certain crux level feelings which will always come down to when you do this purpose exercise, you know, love, freedom, and fulfillment. These three is the driving force for most of us. And if you're doing anything new in your life and you are starting this or anything new purpose or anything new, if you're starting with these three feelings, I'm telling you, you will not compromise on your mental health for the long term. So make sure, sit and do this purpose exercise. This is really helpful. Okay. So the next one, and I work with this so much. Power of why me. Wow. Often in life, we are surrounded with problems, situations where everything is falling apart. No one is supporting. Nothing is working out. And we tend to ask ourselves, why me? Why this work, what I am doing as a professional, is not working for me? I have given so much and it has so many years, and right now it is not. Everything is finished. Why this relationship? I have given so much, invested so much into this. Why this after so many years it is not working. It has collapsed. Why me? If you go and talk to someone into depression, just sit with that person and talk. And while talking, you will see that they are into culprit or into victim situation. And they will talk, why me? Why this has happened to me? Always culprit or victim. Why me? Why me? This happened to me. Let me give you an example. This, why this relationship has not worked for me? Why? Talk. Wow, this relationship didn't work. Now I have so many options minus one. This journey from why me to wow can have a time span. Everyone, including me, we all will come into this kind of situation where we are into problems and we are asking ourselves, why me? And this outlook, whether our focus is into opportunity, positivity, or our outlook is into some problems or negativity. Are you getting me? So, this thing, the time frame between why me to wow, from problem to opportunity, most of it depends upon one thing. There are many things, but one I'll talk about today is called self value or self esteem. You must have heard about it. And how to increase that? This, if you're having a high self value and high self esteem, this time frame will become shorter. And the shorter it is better for your mental health. Make sure you are making it shorter. Problems will come, whining will come. Transition to wow should be shorter. And how can you increase your self esteem? First, each of us, we have a set of values or codes or norms. Everyone has a different one. Okay? So what you believe in, make sure you're disciplined to it. Whatever is the situation outside, you are disciplined. Like me, I always believe I I will not do anything to the person in front of me what I don't want that person to do to me. Are you getting me? I never want the person in front of me to give me a promise and ditch me at the last moment. So yesterday, I came to know late that my grandmother is in the last stage and my whole family is right now flying to Delhi and I am here speaking here because I just don't want. I'm here. You all are. People are expecting me here, so I'm here. I think so. I will just go in the evening or tomorrow. Are you getting me? Whatever is the situation outside, be disciplined. It might be different from you. Make sure you are disciplined towards your values. Second, help. Selfless work. Make it a habit. Once in a week for a few hours or uh, once in 15 days, but go and help someone. Do some selfless service. Selfless means not even expecting a pic for a social media. Nothing. Just go and help someone, and you tell me it will increase like anything. So make sure you're working on your self-esteem, self-value, and you're making this time frame from why me to wow shorter and shorter. And please be mindful, take care of your mental health and people around. Thank you.
Mochita, thank you so much for that wonderful 3 questions of curiosity and so on. Are you curious to know who's going to present the memento?
Yes.
May I please call Kushbu Singh, the river warrior, please come forward. So here we have a warrior for people's mental health. There we have a river warrior.
And it was all from you, taking this from your hand. So much.
Did you get that one?
Yeah.
She was in one of my sessions, so I'm really connected on a different level.
In many of the paintings that I do in life, which is all about mostly landscape, I usually use this particular thing, but it's just a few brush strokes. In many landscapes that you see in paintings around the world, you'll see this little ubiquitous plant being painted at usually the end where they put the signature. And people don't really think much about it, but there's somebody who spent the last 25 years sitting in a concrete jungle with IT and all that, yet going out and making his this little plant the center of his attention, uh, and getting people empowered to take this particular thing and change the way they have their economies of scalability and financial status and so many other things, and creating a market for it in the world. It gives me great honor to introduce Kisle Komal for you. Kisle, the stage is all yours.
Any guess what it is made of? Of course, he told so. This is a grass, okay? A very specific type of grass found in Manipur. We'll talk about it later. Since my childhood, I was very clear about two things. One, that I wanted to do something for this country, and second, I wanted to visit uh, all over India and explore the tradition and culture of India. I born in Bhagalpur, Dasal city, came to Jamshedpur for my study because of my father's job here, and introduced to history very nicely by my school teacher, uh, which helped me to generate more interest. And I did not need to remember anything about history while I was giving exams and all. And I wanted to grow further in that and do IAS basically to serve. I thought there are two ways to serve country. One is that either you go to army or you do IAS. So when I was in 5th grade, I prepared for Sainik school. I cleared a written test. I was in top 20. I could not clear the medical round because of my bad health. So it was a big disappointment for me. Then I thought, okay, it's okay, fine. Let's try for IAS. When I grow up, I'll clear the IAS exam. So history was my subject, which I wanted to take it forward for IAS, UPSC, basically. My father and my brothers, they all are engineers. They wanted me to become engineers, history. So when I did my 12th, I wanted to join BA, Bachelor of Arts History honors, but I was not allowed to do that. I was supposed to do preparation for IT as usual because some ceremonies in his son's right. Okay. So while preparing for the IT entrance, without telling anybody, I took admission in history honors. No one knows. Still, no one knows in my family. So now they will know. So I took admission in history honors, and because of that, of course, distractions. So I could not clear IT, of course. Okay, but it took 3 years. Keep trying. My father and my brothers, try one more year. Try one more year, right? So 3 years went. I did my history honors. Okay. But after that, I could not do anything again. I was still, given the options. Either you choose engineering or go back to your village and do farming. Okay, that would have been better, but I did not realize that. And so I went to Bangalore to do engineering. I somehow cleared CET exams there and went there. After my engineering, I thought, you know, that I will be free. Now I will be independent. I got a good job in IBM. I joined in 2000. 2001 was a very bad year for IT industry, so there was slowdown, and I was laid off. Within 6 months of my first job, I was laid off. My father said, "Come back. We'll take care of right now. Just you're just starting the career. Don't need to take so much pressure. You come back." But I did not want to, live with money that father is giving me after doing my graduation. So I said, "It's okay. I'll do something my own." And at the same time, I was introduced to one of my friends' wife. She was a Madhubani artist. I had an image of Bihar full of corruption, full of gundagardi and all those things, and that was the first time that I was looking at something that belongs to Bihar, but it is something better, something good. History is always good, but this was something new to me, and I found my uh, point of doing something actually. That was the day I thought, okay, now I have something to do about country, starting from Bihar itself. So I used that time because I was out of job for 2 to 3 years. I struggled a lot to find job, but market was very bad. So I came back to visit the artists of Madhubani. I met them. I understood their art details, their challenges that they are facing. They make the art, but they are not able to sell it. Or people who visit them, they buy it in very cheap price, and they sell it in the global market in very high price. So they are making money, but the artisans are not making money out of it. They're not getting any profit. So that is when I thought, okay, because when I had joined my job, first job, I got some knowledge about software things. I belong to mechanical engineering, but then I had shifted my career to software. So utilizing that minimum knowledge of software, I created a platform for Madhubani painting, Madhubani paintings.com. That time there was no WhatsApp, there was no internet so much, very, very less penetration of internet. So I had to visit the artisans, take pictures of their arts and upload there on the website and do my do the emailing and connecting to people outside and marketing as could I do as much as could do. So that was my way of bringing the customers, creating the market for the people in Bihar for Madhubani art, and it grew very fast uh, because artists started coming to me and they started talking to other artists. So I was overwhelmed with the response that I was getting, and after that I started arranging the workshops and the exhibitions and all for them out of my own pocket. Whatever I was earning, I joined somewhere in MP to do some road construction job to survive during that phase. So I started helping them, and with that, I got my goal back to do something. And then I got motivated. I started to talking to other artisans, other people, other countries, other areas also. I went to Maharashtra to learn Morley art. I went to Rajasthan to learn Pichwai and Fur and went to Odisha, to Patachitra, everything. I visited every part of India to sit with artists, to learn about their art, to learn about their challenges, and accordingly help them. So this is how I did. In 2006, I got back to the job, a good job, and I learned more technology details like e-commerce things. I created a platform, e-commerce platform, one of its own kind, or first of its kind in India, which is dedicated to arts. It is called artsofIndia.in. In 2000, in 2010, around 2010, I launched this website, which was able to get orders from across the world. In their currency, people could order, in their language, they could see everything that was enabled in this website. It was all going good until 2014. I wanted, I was looking for some packaging solution for the artwork, and then I came to know about this grass variety of Manipur. It is called Kona grass. Through one of my friends, I got to know about this grass. I visited there. I stayed there for 1 month. I understood what it is, how it is. I found that they're making it, they're doing it for day-to-day basis, day-to-day users, they are using it, but world is not aware of this. World is not aware of this, and they're struggling at the same time. They're struggling for their day-to-day earning because they are totally cut off from the country. And this can be actually utilized to address a lot of issues. One is that we can use it for their uh, sustainable living opportunity. Second is that it can replace the plastic that we are using in our home day-to-day basis. For everything it can replace, everything we make out of this, so it can replace. And the landfill, that waste that we are, you know uh, we are dumping plastics, glasses and other things. Instead of that, if we dump this right after the uses, your environment has no impact, right? So to do that, I went there, I sat with them. They were not having money to get the raw material itself. They did not have interest to come and join the classes or training that I was offering them. So I told them that okay, I'll provide the free training, I will arrange all the funds. Also, I will give you a guarantee that next 1 year you will be getting regular orders. So it's not that after training I'll forget you, I will leave you behind. I will be providing you orders. It's my responsibility to sell your products, whatever you are building. So that is where all started. So every year I conduct free workshops for the rural women in Manipur, and till date, from 2015 till date, more than 10,000 rural women we have provided free training. We have made them, we have empowered them. We have, some of them are entrepreneurs now. They are doing their own business with this product, and and what not. I mean, after that, it gave me a full clarity of the grasses. I did a lot of research on other varieties which are available across India. So till now, for 15 types of grasses that I have worked on, similar to Manipur corner grass, and that includes all kind of Bihar, Odisha, West Bengal. So you can see here that we have empowered how many women and conducted how many free workshops and all this. So we have shipped around 10 lakhs overall products across the world. Uh, but team is all within their local. They are for their local grass. They are using. They are working on their local grass. So we are not providing any kind of shipping of the grass from here to there and all. The thing is that local people should be enabled and empowered, and at the same time we should address the climate issues. So this is what I'm trying to do. A lot of things to be done, but this is what I'm trying to do. Next time when you purchase, this is one of the example. I'm using this bag for past 5 years. Uh, it looks new, right? Yeah, so it's 5 year old, my own bag I carry everywhere. So similar to this, lot of products you can see are there. So when you buy, how we can help basically? So as a buyer or as a normal people, you can switch to sustainable products. As a business, you can try to include these products for your internal packaging or any kind of use that you want, that you can do. Uh, and I mean, help me. That's it. That's it. I need more and more people involvement to take it forward. That is where I want to conclude this. Thank you so much.
I one thing that is one thing that stands out in what Kisley was speaking about, and I was sitting back and listening to it. Uh, he had so many dreams, and it all started by asking what does he want to do with his life. It for the thousands that he's worked for, and all because why? Because he want to make a difference to India. And
yes, that was the
and I'm sure a lot of husbands or a lot of spouses will be thinking, I don't have to buy my wife a bag.
So this is my first talk. I might have missed a lot of points here. But I would like to thank to my father and mother, because my father was is no more. He can't see me right now, but my father was a fighter basically. He used to fight corruption in Bihar. Uh, after his retirement, he had to fight the case against the government for the dam crashing and all, and no one was ready to fight. No advocate, no lawyer. He did LLB after his retirement to take the case in fight. He was conferred Abhyanta Ratna after his death, and my mother was a housemaker, but I salute her to get the courage and patience to grow 6 child and make all of them enable change makers. That is where it plays very important role. So I always look towards them and towards Indian culture and heritage. That inspired me a lot, basically. And I got a chance to visit across India. I fulfilled my dream to visit India, Indian traditions because of my passion for this.
Now we know why.
Yeah, why?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask why Ramamurthy to please come ahead and present the government to please? Why Ramamurthy from Tata Steel? Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks. Thank you. So the next time, you know where to reach for those bags.
Sure, you can visit the website anytime. Thank you.
Our next speaker left home when he was 17 and went on a globe-trotting adventure and has worked in diverse fields from healthcare to pharmaceuticals to so many things: defense, security, energy, technology. And during this sojourn of his, he asked a lot of questions to himself. And by far, he found that the question why always gave him clarity, inspired him to have trust, and then moved him into action. So, to introduce our next speaker, Kaushik Ghosh, please. Put your hands together.
I've just heard some amazing stories here and so many great people who have come to speak. I salute all of you because it's very inspirational to hear what you've gone through, your journey. It's truly inspirational. Thank you. Um, let's start with a quick set of questions. And with these questions, I just wanted to make sure that we can start the whole ball rolling. And be brave. Reach out with your hands as you look at the questions and see if you can answer them. It'll be hopefully an interactive exercise. Thank you. So the first question is, when was the last time you asked yourself, why am I doing this? Was it today? Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday? Sometime this week? Sometime this month? Sometime this year? Or maybe never? Are you basically checking your internal compass on a regular basis? Or are you just winging it? You're on autopilot and hoping for the best? Any takers?
Every day. Every day.
That's great. Anybody else? That's great. So the next question is, when you hear a really bold idea, what's your first instinct? Do you say, this is never going to work? Or do you kind of say, this is interesting, but how do we put this in action? Or do you ask, why are we even doing this? Or are you like, great, let's go try this out. Let's see what happens. So basically, are you someone who always inquires? Or are you someone who would basically first start out and judge? Any takers?
Let's figure it out. Judge.
It's good to know that, right? Because there's always, with Myers-Briggs, you always have a different set of groupings. So you have the people who are curious. You'll also have the people who would also tend to judge and make decisions based on that. The next question is, if I was a person in your team, what role would they play? And I'll show you a set of uh, potential roles. And which sort of role do you think would they be? I mean, are they the rebel? Are they like this intern who's continuously running around from corner to corner asking, okay, what do you want me to do or what do you not want me to do? Is it someone who is continuously asking questions? Hey, what is this? Why is this? Why are you doing this? Or someone who's a skeptic? How would you basically see this person why in your team? Any takers? All of them. Anybody else?
Strategist.
Okay. So thank you for sharing. I mean, these answers give us a lot of inspiration and insight into how we think, how our leadership skills can be shaped. It reinforces that why is not just a question, but it is actually a mindset within each of us. In leadership, why is often treated as a vegetable. Most people don't like to eat vegetables. They head straight for the meat or sometimes for the desert. And, the desert or the meat is like the key performance indicators, the deadlines, the action plans. That's quite yummy, right? I mean, we all like the good stuff, but it's the why which is basically going to keep your gut healthy. And today I want to show you when we pause and start with why, we don't just get better answers, we build trust, we build clarity, and occasionally we can also inspire someone to just keep their phone down and start paying attention. So, it's mindset. If we think about Martin Luther King, he started his speech in the Lincoln Memorial and he said, I have a dream. He did not say, I have a plan. And the reason why he said, I have a dream, is because he wanted to give them a purpose, an inspiration. And if he had said, I have a plan, he would have come up with a set of actions, a to do list, some tactical steps, and hopefully a whole bunch of people would have just started in a project management schedule with him. But instead, by saying, I have a dream, he got a whole bunch of people to start marching with him, and he started the civil rights movement. That is something which is very powerful when you think about how asking the right question happens. Now imagine if he had just said, hey, you know what? Black people in America are not treated properly. We have to change these policies. Do you think anybody would have thought about remembering his speech? Would it be memorable? Would he be quoted the second time in this forum today, so far away from the US? I do not think so. So, when you are basically leading a business, when you are in a classroom leading the students, when you are leading a movement, an NGO, it's your innate ability to inspire people that starts the why. People do not rally behind instructions. They will not follow just orders. They will enact upon them. But if when you give them purpose, if you give them meaning, they will rush towards it. So picture a team of rowers in a boat. Their muscles are flexed, their brows are sweating. They're rowing really hard, right? In perfect synchrony. And somebody is basically keeping on beating the drums. Maybe think about the Roman galley as an example, and they're rowing in some sort of direction. And then someone asks, okay, where are we going? And the rest like, I don't know. Now, even though they might be great rowers in perfect sync, they would be rowing in circles because nobody knows what they are doing. And most likely, you will find somebody on the back of the boat who's barely pretending to row. He doesn't have the inspiration to actually make it happen. So, that is what leadership without purpose feels like. Tasks will get done, deadlines will get met, but a goal may not be achieved because there's no clear direction where a person or where the group needs to go towards. There's no drive, there's no inspiration, there's no focus, there's no end result or purpose which gives a greater meaning to their lives. But now imagine the same team, but this time, before they touch the water even, someone will just stand up and say, you know what? We need to reach the other shore, or we need to show and prove that we are the best team out there. Now, you start giving them purpose, and suddenly they are not just rowing, they are trying to achieve an end goal, an end destination, and an end purpose. The energy will shift. The guy in the back who was barely trying to row or trying to pretend that he's rowing, even that guy would be putting all his effort in order to get to that end point because there's something which is beyond what that person achieves for themselves. There's a higher goal, there's a higher purpose. It's the North Star. It is what helps teams, people, groups steer. They can go to the right direction. So, I'll just go back there. Yeah. So we know Elon Musk is the world's richest man in the world today. And at the current moment, he's not the most, uh, let's say, popular individual or entrepreneur in the world because of everything that is happening in the US and by extension to the rest of the global economy. But he has done some amazing things. One of that is basically SpaceX. And when you look at SpaceX and when Elon Musk started SpaceX, he didn't say, oh, let's build a rocket and let's make it cheaper than what NASA was doing. He basically said, let's make life multiplanetary. And suddenly, he gave a team of engineers a mission to achieve something which is higher than what they could individually achieve. And that goal made those people connect. It gave them priorities. It gave them commitment because they knew that they had to innovate over instead of just focusing on short-term profits. They started working insane hours because they believed in making life interplanetary. It created a connection between all these different stakeholders: inventors, scientists, investors, public relations people, governments, and a whole bunch of other groups. So if he had just focused on what, which was to build a rocket, or how, by making it the cheapest potential option, SpaceX would not have revolutionized the space industry, and they would not have had rescued Sunita Williams from the ICC, from the the ISS, the International Space Station. So a strong why is what keeps teams from falling apart. So think about a rope bridge. What we see in a rope bridge is basically a whole bunch of planks, and they're tied together with a rope. The planks could be like your KPIs, your deadlines, your targets, your action points, while the rope is the purpose, the why, which is holding it all together. Without that connecting force, it will just be a bunch of planks which are swinging along in the wind, which nobody wants to cross because they're too afraid of falling through it, just like the Lakshman Jhula. But when you have a strong why, when you have a strong rope, it just holds everything together so that you can build confidence and you can build trust walking through it. So when teams, when individuals, when groups understand the why behind their work, something magical happens. They don't check boxes anymore. They take ownership of every single activity that they are going to do. They stop saying, I have to do this, and they start wanting to be part of that journey. They say, I want to be part of this. That is the difference between, let's say, being a cog on the wheel of, for example, a corporate box. Instead, you start becoming a builder of something which is much more meaningful. So basically, at the end, having the right why, you should ask yourself, do we know what we want to do? Do we know what our purpose is? Because when your purpose is clear, your actions will become more meaningful. Your goals will become achievable. And you as an individual and you as part of a team will become unstoppable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I was speaking to that, as I was listening to Kaushik speaking and challenging and giving some clarity on the power of why, I just realized I'm a very effective MC. I'm not going to give you a break. We're going to get straight to the next speaker. So, can I please call Usha Parla from Arkaji to present the memento? Thank you. Those questions meant so much.
I hope so, too. It was my aim just to inspire a bit.
Please give a big hand. So, when I say electronics engineer, IT driven data security, and then I take your mind to something like waste management, solid waste management, hydro projects, what images are you conjuring up in your head? Yes, electronics engineer, but then solid waste management. You know, solid waste management, right? Civil, but electronics engineer. So we had a mechanical engineer who went into IT and software. So Right. If you're all willing to be surprised, please welcome Puneet Bodani to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome. Thank you. Post lunch. So, as he said, electronics engineer, waste management. To define something about me, I will just take you a quick glimpse back into the history 30, 40 years back. I wanted to do everything very fast, as if time is just running and there is no tomorrow. So that was the core me. So skipped a few classes, no nursery, no KG, jumped into the best I could get admission in the first. Ninth, nahi padna, jumped again. So quickly at the age of 19, completed my engineering. Now what to do? So I used to tell my parents, because I have done a little bit of run up in the initial beginning. So I probably have some time with me. Now, so because I felt that I had a lot of time, so I was experimenting the entire journey of life. From what to what, you'll be surprised. I'll just take a quick 30 seconds to give you a brief. Completion of engineering, getting into a telecom tower company doing a literal physical tower installation, coming down, getting into a engineering lecturership. So I was in faculty with one of the engineering colleges. First half working as an engineering college lecturer, second half into equity, working for ICICIdirect.com, selling equity HNI clients and mutual fund investments and asset management. 1 year down the line, another set of profile, tech support in a night call center shift for Sony, for US tech support for laptop things. And they had an ambition to do something, so wanted to start some entrepreneurship journey and things like that. But with no money in hand, so obviously you have to gather things and resources as well. So the journey actually started like this. So first 2, 3, 4 years were all ups and downs, doing this, that. 2005 was a slight change. Came to Bangalore for a Aero India show. 2005 it started. So I got, which was very top end technology thing at that point of time. So did some engineering and some things with top end companies like Boeing, Raytheon, got to meet a lot of people. So I had a very fancy name, fancy thing. Oh wow, the tech thing is gonna be very fancy and appealing. Then the journey all started. So what I'm today going to talk about is inclusive, sustainable growth as an entrepreneur. Why I say inclusive, sustainable, you see, entrepreneurship journey, a lot of people do, and we have inspirations, millions of inspirations across the globe. But when we talk about India, I personally have lived a journey which I feel like sharing a lot of times. And the primary aspect which I want to share is, when you make it inclusive, it's not just one thing that you have to struggle or do. You have to manage your resources, you have to manage your client, you have to manage the ecosystem in which you work. You have to create a balance between capex and opex. We have sometimes funds to make a building, and the next moment we say we don't have funds to operate the building. So why did we make it? Nobody knows. We buy a product, and then we say now we can't run this product. Why? Again, we don't have resources. We so there are a lot of combinations and balances that we have to create all throughout this journey. Now, similarly, obviously, I am into waste management and things. So we always would like to say, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. And with Swachh Bharat movement, which Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji started, which I feel pride in saying that it is going to change the next generation. It has definitely brought a change currently, and future generations are going to change drastically. And we are seeing that in our children, in our, coming next. Okay. Now you see, whenever we do any aspect in terms of entrepreneurial journey, business, work, anything, what we would like to do, I would suggest doing at the back end first is a reverse engineering. You first understand the criticality of the problem and then see the solution relates to it or not. If my requirement is an accuracy of plus minus 10%, why am I running behind the best engineering in the world, a Japanese or a German engineering, and talking about 0.1% accuracy? Because for everything, there is an associated cost, there is an associated energy, investment, and an entire ecosystem. So, what we always tell everybody across, and as a personal journey, we must do a reverse engineering whenever we are living any kind of problem solution sequence, whatever we are doing. We must have a sustainable approach, eco-friendly, something innovative, so that we stand apart from the rest. Otherwise, everything is available. And then we look at the total cost of ownership, capex, opex balancing. How much cost I'm going to take from you, how much I'm going to make you pay in the ages. So if I take a life cycle of any product, may it be a car for you, may it be a industrial product for anybody, the entire journey should be good. Now we come to today's subject, why. Now there are two words. One is why wastewater. So why to wastewater, and why wastewater? Why I came into wastewater. So both these whys are getting answered in the coming things. I will take a quick 30 seconds again to tell you a story which really inspired me. My father was a mining engineer. So my father was posted in a place called Mohangarh. This is near Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. I come from Rajasthan. So I'm talking about 80s. There was a fort, a local fort palace, which was the residence cum office of my father. So I was a baby boy. My mother was staying there. My mother used to tell me every day, imagine you have 6 to 8 ladies coming to your house for domestic help. 6 to 8. Obviously, nobody would need 6 to 8 people to just work for domestic help. And why? For one tumbler of water, drinking water. Now, imagine, go back, each one of us. For one tumbler of drinking water, a lady is working for 6 to 8 hours in your house as a domestic help. And that too with folded hands, with a thanks. They're happy that you've given them the work for that water. This was the condition at one point of time. This really gives us that insight how important water is there for sustainability. We can all talk about big missions, big things, big ecosystems, but there are some fundamental basics which nobody can change. We need those fundamental things to survive in life, and water is one of the essential things. Nobody can deny that. Okay, so this is an ecosystem. Obviously, we all know water is an ecosystem. Everything is interlinked. Lot of times, I see my basic passion is to educate and counsel a lot of people who also create an impact. So I'm personally associated with some of the best known brands and consultants in the country who indirectly consult for building spaces, projects, and other things. When I always ask them, they ask me a question that why do you come and educate us? Why do you do all this? I always tell them that see, business is one part which we all are doing for our sustenance. But whenever we talk about the word consultant, some information, you will expect that to be a guideliner, that to be a right information which is going to give you a direction in life. If that information by any chance is wrong, I think this is like God giving you a wrong information, obviously nobody would want. So a consultant acts like a God for a project. They nurture it like a baby. So the information should go right. So we as somebody into the industry doing this niche segment, we try to educate them for the right thing, for the right technology, for the right selection. So anyways, the ecosystem, as I said, is water anywhere or everywhere will ultimately come together. if you have a factory here or where we are standing, suppose I am standing on this piece of land. A lot of people ask me, I am doing rainwater harvesting. He digs a hole and he says, I am sending rainwater back to the earth. Now there are people who would say that because I am sending water inside this earth, the next borewell I have there should give me more water. No, it doesn't happen like that. It's an ecosystem. There are millions of tributaries below the ground. You are sending it, doing good. It's a kindness. A lot of people have spoken about kindness. So if I have done kindness by giving it back, somebody else is getting benefited at somewhere where the stream is getting connected. So this is an ecosystem. We must respect the ecosystem and we must live with the ecosystem as an inclusive ecosystem. So sustainability, see, I would like to tell you here, in the entire journey, what I realized, the best way to actually solve a problem is be a friendly counselor with anyone you work for or you don't work for, whether it is your family, whether it is your friends, whether it is your clients, whether it is anywhere. The moment you start asking them what exactly is their need, the solutions can be many. So I was fortunate when I was in my engineering. So during one of my industrial training, I was in Aurangabad doing this industrial training in a research lab. So there was a mentor, a senior HOD who used to tell us, don't sell what you can make what you can sell. Fundamentally, this is one thing which always used to hit my mind, that it's so true. We should go to the people, to the users, ask them what exactly is their need, what is the biggest problem, and then that problem we can find optimum solution based on his situation. There can be one classic criticality of the problem has to be understood first. If there is a wastewater generated and I want to reuse that water for drinking, like Singapore is drinking recycled STP treated water. They sell new water bottle as a STP treated water followed by RO, and everybody is drinking. So if tomorrow one of you says, I want to drink this treated water, then I have a different solution to offer to you. If somebody says, oh no, I want to use this water for just flushing, I should think on a different timelines. If there is somebody who says, I don't have budget to operate a plant, a big mechanical plant or something, so I need to think of a root zone treatment, I need to guide them on a different natural process. So we must understand what is the criticality of our application, of our problem. So right solution should be achieved. So my entire journey has always been, as I said, wanted to run fast and do something new. So every next day we come up with a new problem and we starve ourselves down into it, finding the solutions and getting into the core engineering. So we had last year one project where the client wanted something unique, innovative. Now, innovative, why I'm saying, see, because we all want to do good for the environment, sustainability. Old buildings, old hospitals, old buildings, which are old means they don't have space available. Now they want to expand also, and government compliances are forcing them to put up new things and everything. So what we did for some of the projects, we designed these kind of prefabricated structure with a lot of seismic with analysis relating to all kinds of things, wind analysis, seismic analysis, and we created those structures which are self-sustainable, but they can be portably put anywhere you want. So the problem statement was different, so we could find a different solution for them. Another situation we came across at one of the projects where so this was one of the different projects where we wanted a combination between 2-3 technologies to be implemented together. So we did that, and they wanted drinking water out of sewage. So we are implementing this one of its kind of a project. Another aspect which was very unique. This one particular location, a hospital wanted to have, there was no footprint. So we made a structure, a hanging structure 17 feet above the patients and guests were moving below. We put a 17-foot high structure on top of a structure. It was like a floating STP put on top. So the point here is we can innovate, we can bring new technologies, we can bring solutions, we can do all kinds of things. We must understand what is the end user's need application. Similarly, in business, if we act as a counselor, if we act as understanding where and what application. In Bangalore, one of the applications, the client said, we want something very natural. We don't have capex or opex to operate with electricity and power. So we made a floating handling equipments for beautification as well as sewage treatment with all kinds of things. So these were some of the things we did with root zone treatments. So we must ensure whatever we are delivering is in combination and is in expectation of what the client wants. So this was one of the applications they said we don't have power, we don't have the right cabling coming in, so we made it with a solar combination. So all in all, the impact which we all can make, we all can do, and we are all innovating. Like I said, the innovation must relate to the need of the user, and it must have a foresightedness as to how well the user will be able to sustain it. Because without sustainability, without understanding the sustainability, the genuine meaning of sustainability will not come. So once we relate the two things, most likely things will automatically become sustainable. And it's an ecosystem, it will drive itself. Thank you so much.
No, I thought you were going to stop at electronics and waste management, but you spoke about everything under the sun. Can I call Deepika Gupta to please come and present the momentum? Deepika Gupta. Thank you. Thank you, Puneet. Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful vision. So we're right now on time, 5 minutes Munafa. So we're going to break for about 20 minutes so you can have tea. Everyone feels like tea or you want to sit and continue? Tea, okay, okay. So who wants tea? Please raise your hand, and as you raise your hands, lift yourself up and start. And I've noticed that this is such a microcosm of talent, culture, artists, varying grades, engineers, doctors, professionals. Amazing crowd over here. And when you come to TEDx, it just manna padega ki, we'll have somebody in between who will come and who's going to be giving us a show. So, can I please invite Kisley to come on stage? Kisley?
Because I'm a big fan of Jagjit Singh. How many of you like? Great. Okay. Well, I would like to sing one of his ghazals. It is very much conveying the message of spreading love, in the society, solving the problems. So I'll start. गरज बरस गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला चिड़ियों को दाने बच्चों को गुड़धानी दे मौला गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला तेरे होते कोई किसी की जान का दुश्मन क्यों हो तेरे होते कोई किसी की जान का दुश्मन क्यों हो जीने वालों को मरने की आसानी दे मौला चिड़ियों को दाने बच्चों को गुड़धानी दे मौला गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला फिर मूरत से बाहर आकर चारों ओर बिखर जा फिर मूरत से बाहर आकर चारों ओर बिखर जा फिर मंदिर को कोई मीरा दीवानी दे मौला चिड़ियों को दाने बच्चों को गुड़धानी दे मौला गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला थैंक यू सो मच
So, not only did you make a lemon cheesecake with the lemon you got, you're putting a cherry on top. Thank you very much, Kisley. We know that you have opened doors where windows and other things were closed for you. Thank you very much, Kisley. Our next speaker is not the youngest speaker today. That is taken by Karik. So, our next speaker is only 19 years old, but the words of Mokshita Gautam come to mind. He will fill you with his curiosity. He will fill you with awe. Because this boy, call him a young man now, he never let the status quo be still. He challenged it. Coming from humble beginnings to making drones for the Indian government for humanitarian and ecological purposes, to getting a full scholarship at the TKS, a world global platform. Please welcome Samarth Pandey.
Please put your hands up. One little young man.
And may he fill you with curiosity.
So, cheers, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm Samarth. Not like a really extraordinary person, but someone who is taking actions. So, would start by how civilizations are curiosity that lies within us. So, what makes us human different from the other species out there? It's our ability to ask the questions, right? Because if we are asking questions, we are into the zone of being more curious, then into the zone of solving problems, and then coming up with the greatest tech giants or maybe the problem solving companies. And what makes us superhumans? So basically, if you're asking more questions than a normal person does, right, then we become people like Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, who didn't just follow the traditional pathways in the school curriculum, but they also like challenge the reality, challenge the global issues and different things. So, what is the basic problem currently in our situations, right? It's like if you see a normal person, right, a 4-year-old or the younger generations, they have, I mean, more questions than the normal adult does. I mean, this might not be the case with a lot of you, but for a lot, this does, right? So it decreases as the time goes, but this I won't call a ordinary thing. It's a kind of a neurological tragedy because at which time as we grow up, the synaptic connections in our brain they tend to like lose their ability, but they are brilliant brains. If we trace our step back in the history, they didn't let this happen. They actually stopped this from happening. How? Because they were in constant touch with questions, the basic questions they asked, right? That what led their brain to stay in a consistent situation of neurogenesis and neuroplasticity. Whereas basically a neurogenesis is a condition in which your brain keeps on creating more neural pathways if you are into the zone. So what is basic human reward system? It's not like when we ask a question, when we are in a zone of asking more questions, it's not just like the dopamine which gets shocked up within our brain, but it's creating more neural pathways. That's how actually we are being more smart in the generation. So if you see the traditional times, the classrooms and all, it used to be like no questions because society has always tried to bring less questions. They kind of punishes the curiosity because if you see like in the traditional times, people like who used to ask more questions were like uh, brought into the zone where they used to think like they are not fitting in the zone because people tend to stay in the comfort zone, right? Because if you're in the comfort zone, then why would we like ask more questions? But at the same time, scientists, right, in their laboratories ask more questions, and that actually what makes them different. If we talk about Madame Curie, Marie Curie, we all know about her, right? There's a word named pourquoi, which means why. Her why started like, why don't we have X-rays? Why don't we have physics theories which can revolutionize the traditional physics environment is there, right? That's why whenever she asked the question, it brought her brain, the prefrontal cortex and the different zones lit up. That's what brought her like a great scientist. And let's talk about like why, what was my why? Because like I have a question. Like if you see there are traditional medicines, right? If you see a small medical strip, you'll see the medicine information is fitted like a printing, like a expiry date and everything is like a stamp. If you cut the medicine, what it will all go, right? That's what actually I've been working on since like my grade 9th. I'm trying to develop a new kind of ink technology which can be brought up into every single tablet so that even if we have a single medicine tablet, we can get to know the entire biodata of that medicine. So this was my why. It's not like a rocket science, right? It's a very simple thing. It's just like a medical tablet, but it can make like change the way we are having the medicine right now because a lot of wastage happens. So this is actually my why. If I talk about NASA, they are in 1970 within the Apollo mission. The NASA scientists were like brought up into a kind of a death sentence in their own system. It was like the CO2 which was crumbling them. How? Because there was a problem where the CO2 emission within their own space satellite and all, it was very much, dangerous at that moment. So what they did, from a simple CO2 scrubber like a duct tape and a fitting mechanism like a stuff, they created the CO2 scrubber, and that was something which changed the entire system in which the CO2 is being harnessed within the satellites. If we see a child's why, right, it becomes, for example, like if I'm a student within our Indian education system, right, if you see, if we ask a question to any teacher or any person, the straight up answer is like, because I said so. This might not be the case within my school, but a lot of school does. So it's just a matter of going out, exploring more, and talking to the people who are right into the environment and stuff. How can we harness the power of why? How can we stay up to the date? It can be brought up like by asking questions. Why am I stressed? It can be because of deadlines. But why do deadlines scare me? Because of fear of irrelevance. In the MITs and Harvard studies into the same thing, people showed up 70% more impact, more improvement in the way they did the jobs, and they are continue doing by asking questions in a kind of a formatted flowchart manner. If we see the within our brain, the fear and the curiosity, it's like very much like it's opposite to each other. Because if you see the fear, right, if you're fear to do something different, right, but there's something named curiosity which exists at the same time, right? So it's all about how you conquer the things. That's where the flowchart mechanism comes into to the picture, and that's bringing more curiosity into the thing because you are asking the questions. It's just a matter of asking the questions. There was a kind of a case study which was done by scientists at NASA. It's what if we are the aliens? And actually, this is a very interesting thing because if we see the bigger picture currently into how the things are going on, we have to ask questions into a very different fashion way. For example, like if you see Elon Musk, right? He asked the question that can we change the way the normal traditional rockets uh, function? How can we make it reusable, right? That's actually the alien question because everyone there in the society is going to stop you from asking the alienated questions. So if we are being more alien kind of personalities, because if you see Mark Zuckerberg, if you see Steve Jobs, everyone was way different than a normal human, what we can regard as an alien, right? So the scientific why, actually, like when I was doing research last year with RIMS, basically I was working with neurological problems in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and I found that a basic music, there are different frequencies, there are different things which are being explored and are continue to be, uh, be getting explored currently. I found like the scientific temperament which is lacking in the today's youth, which is making them like stick to their personal distraction and stuff, right? That if we are trying to bring with a reward system, if we are trying to bring it with a scientific environment where they are getting some kind of uh, I mean rewards. Because I was doing research and I represented India at the world's largest science and engineering fair, ISA, and I found that people tend not to focus on the existing researches that are already available with us, but trying to build new things. But both has some kind of drawbacks. For example, if you're building new things, you need capital. But at the same time, if you see right now, China is making strides, right? They launched DeepSeek, they have launched Manus AI. But if you see the Manus AI, it's kind of an automation AGI, which is called artificial general intelligence. which is going to be the future of AI because agents and agentic frameworks are coming up into the picture. It's all about taking the things which are already existing. For example, the medicine strip one, right? That project I'm working with the DST, Department of Science and Technology, in Government of India. It is a very simple thing. Like anyone, like all of us, we like take medicine in some or the other way, right? Has it not flashed in someone's mind that if I'm getting a cut down strip of medicine where just 4 or 5 tablets, I won't be able to get to know about its expiry date or any other information, which is very much crucial with our health, right? So questions are already there, but just there's a matter of asking questions. For example, if I ask questions that how can I harness the music system to cure Parkinson's, not like a cure but a preventive measure that can help them to be more improvised into providing better healthcare facilities, they're what we as youth we need to stand. So this picture is Starry Nights, right? Everyone we know. Van Gogh, he was a very, very different person. But a lot of people we don't know, like I mean, he had a lot of, uh, he failed a lot of kind of when he used to like pitch his paintings at great places, he used to be like thrown out like, "Way, what are you doing?" and stuff. But I mean, this is a kind of a story which is like not popular. If you read art, if you read history, you're gonna get to know more about the things. But as he like the persistence and the craziness within ourselves to do something different that lights up a person that can be a person like who is creating starry nights, creating potato beaters kind of paintings and can be world famous kind of stuff. So I would like to end up with a very powerful quote which I really like, because if the why is powerful, the how is easy. Thank you so much.
I told you you'd be awed by the amount he's going to cover in his very short talk. And you saw that, there's so much of idea, there's so much of curiosity, there's so much of wonderment at what the world has to offer people and to better their lives. Thank you so much, Samat, for sharing that. I'd like to call Mr. Gupta to come forward and please press the mentor. From the father of the youngest presenter to the second youngest. Thank you very much, sir. Please give a big hand. Thank you, Gaurav. The next speaker is going to speak on a topic which is very dear to my stomach. Right? How many of y'all have heard that if you want to lose weight, you got to go to the gym, you got to do all the things in life, but they never tell you to eat. Sangeeta is just going to do the same thing. She's going to tell you to eat to lose weight. Sangeeta Narayan, please.
Hi. What? Yes. When I was in school, just 10 students in the entire school were obese, right? But today, in a class of 30 to 40 odd students, nearly 5 to 10 of them are overweight or obese. Almost 40% of our country's population. Sorry. Nearly 40% of our country's population is either overweight or obese. The Indian weight management market, which comprises of the Indian weight management market, which comprises of diet, supplements, weight loss pills, fitness equipments, and services, was
is currently at 25.2 billion US dollars, and within 10 years, this is expected to rise to $55.9 billion. So obesity is definitely on the rise. The problem is we don't see it as a disease, but it is actually the mother of all diseases. And 30 years back, this market was at a nascent stage. So where are we going wrong? So where are we going wrong? Because when you speak to most obese or overweight people, they will say that losing weight is very difficult, and we don't even eat meals properly, and yet we are gaining weight. That is the problem. Since you are not eating properly, you are gaining weight. Studies have linked associations of skipping meals and weight gain, and that is why you need to eat to stay in shape, or rather, you need to eat to lose weight. And why do you need to eat to lose weight? Because when you skip meals, your metabolism reduces. We humans are originally, we were hunters and gatherers. Our ancestors have seen paucity of food. Even today, when we don't give our body the nourishment that it needs, it activates the starvation mode. So what happens? It reduces your metabolism. And once the metabolism is down, your body will start you're converting the calories from your food to fat instead of utilizing it for energy. The other thing that happens is cortisol levels are raised, so you become anxious, and then you also become hungry, which is hungry when you're angry. A lot of times it happens, we are unnecessarily irritated, or we start shouting at very small things. Pull back and realize why you're doing it. Is it because you're hungry, or is it because it's a genuine problem which requires you to get angry? The other thing that happens is when you skip your meals at a later time, your body will make you crave for calorie dense foods. It happens with all of us, right? Sometimes we miss our lunch. Does it happen? When we go outside going for shopping or a movie, or we are in office and we just missed our lunch. And by evening, all that you can think of is just go ahead and have that pastry or some coffee, or just give yourself a treat. Why does it happen? Because our sugar levels lower when you're not eating, right? And that is why you crave for all these calorie dense foods. Uh, a common phenomenon with a lot of my clients, especially who are women, is that the minute they wake up, they are in this mad rush to literally do everything for their household, and they have to do it. They have to send their kids to school, they have their husbands have to go to office, they themselves have to go to office, in-laws have to be taken care of, right? So the minute they wake up, it's like a firefighting mode that they are in. They ensure that everyone's breakfast is on time, everybody leaves on time, their lunch is packed, and in all this whirlwind, what happens? They themselves skip their own breakfast. It happens with a lot of us women out here, I'm sure. And later on, what happens is, I'll say around 10:30 a.m., they head to the pantry, either in the office or they head to the kitchen, and the first thing that they can grab their hands on is a namkeen, right? Yeah. So the first thing that they can grab their hands on is probably a namkeen. And I'll just show it to you. Instead, so if they had their regular meal, so just imagine this bottle as your stomach, okay? If you had your regular meal, which is around 250 to 350 calories, right? It consists of your regular chapatis or a little bit of rice, dal, sabzis, dahi, everything, right? That comes to almost 300. Let's take a ballpark figure of 300 calories, right? It fills your stomach till this much. You feel full, you feel nourished, you feel satisfied. But this same calories, if you're skipping it and if you're having junk food instead of this, here's what happens. This is precisely, you see this brown Brown band, yeah. So these are powdered biscuits, which is only 300 calories. So 300 calories of healthy food fills your stomach this much. 300 calories of any junk food fills your stomach only this much. So obviously you will feel hungry. You'll feel as if you've not even eaten, right? So what do you do next? Okay, you haven't eaten, let me eat some more. So you end up eating something else, maybe some namkeens, some chips, yeah, or maybe some instant noodles. And then you clock in another 300 calories. So that's a total of 600 calories versus that 300 calories. Even then, if you don't feel full, a lot of us end up having tea or coffee. So that's almost clocking in around 7 to 800 calories, 500 extra calories. To burn these 500 calories, to burn these 500 calories, either you run 8 to 10 kilometers or you do some strenuous activity for 1.5 hours, which most of us do not do it. Most of us have a sedentary lifestyle. And the problem is when you eat any packaged foods or even food that we are not used to having, our body does not recognize it as food. Tell me something, if you if you've missed your meal and you've just had biscuits, do you ever feel that you've eaten, or what do you say, I've skipped my meal and I'm having a biscuit? Is that what we say, end up saying? Mostly yes. So what happens is your body does not recognize it as food because you're not getting the nourishment that is needed by your body. I'll just keep this. Junk foods are basically foods that are loaded with calories, which give you barely any nutrients. And versus a regular meal, which is 250 to 350 calories, a packet of biscuit will give you 300 calories, right? A packet of chips may give you 300 calories. Just one single pastry is 300 calories. A packet of instant noodles is approximately 300 calories. One slice of pizza is almost 250 to 300 calories. A burger can be anywhere between 300 to 500 calories. And when we are having pizzas and burgers, since we don't feel full, we also call for some fries, we call for some colas. Add to that, it can become anywhere around 1,000 calories that you're consuming, right? If you're playing a football match and you're having a little bit of cola, one understands that, okay, in that summer's heat, that you still burn it. If you're watching the football match and you're having the cola, then I don't think it's a very advisable option. You need to be mindful of what we are eating. So weight management is nothing but simple maths. It's all about the calories that you consume from food versus the calories that you burn uh, through physical activity or through your basic metabolism, which is your breathing, circulation, digestion, repair, and regeneration that our body does. Right? If you consume more calories and you burn less, then you will gain weight. But if you burn more calories and you consume lesser calories, then obviously you will lose weight. Dieting does not mean starvation. It's all about eating sensibly, mindfully, and practicing portion control. And I think a lot of times people think that, we're on a diet means we have to give up on our food. No, that's not the case. We just saw it. It's better to have your main meals than, skip them and go for something which will give you added calories. It's better to do that. And even when you're eating, so in today's day and age, it's not possible to completely give up on junk food. You are bombarded with it, you have to socialize, you do mix up with people. So it's important to exercise portion control. That is the key to weight management. Because even if you're eating healthy food, if you eat excess of healthy food, say for example, if you eat excess of nuts, you will still gain weight versus eating it in the correct quantity. Now, practicing portion control is very important, especially when you're having junk food and all, because don't go beyond that one slice of pizza. Don't go beyond two biscuits. Don't even if you're wanting to have cola, it's I think better to have some nimbu pani or have some water because that's much low in calorie. Water is 0 calories, but Nimbu Pani will still quench your thirst and nourish you with vitamin C versus an aerated drink. You need to be sensible and mindful of what you're putting inside your body. When it comes to portion control, our parents were really good at it because I still remember we were always given a balanced diet. For our meals, we were given those chapatis, two sabzi, some dal, curd, some days non-veg, right? And our snacks always used to be fruits. And whenever there was junk food, we had to share it. I don't remember a day in my school life when, we've had maybe some instant noodles on our own. No, that was kind of a luxury. We always divided it, and mostly I used to let my brother divide that, make that division, because he was very just with it. If it was me, I would have maybe had more of it, so we always practice portion control. A piece of pastry which came to our home was kind of cut into three pieces, and then three, four of us would have to have it, right? Even a mango, which is also a high calorie dense fruit, was always cut and shared. We never had the entire mango like how we are eating right now, right? Restaurants Restaurant food was a very rare thing. It was always occasional, So, and that's how our calorie intake got controlled. Because when you are eating in a restaurant, say for example, even if you're having coffee in a coffee shop, since you pay that huge amount of money, some 300 odd bucks for a cup of coffee, they give you a huge portion. That portion is good enough for three people. And since we pay, we end up having the whole of it. No, split it, or just have as much as needed and just leave it. Don't bother having the full whole of it, right? Then even for a burger, have half of a burger, a little bit of fries, three, four of fries, and try to avoid the colas, or just have two or three sips. That's good enough for you. When we are eating ice cream, the ideal quantity of ice cream is probably 4 spoons. And I know so many people who end up having the entire sundae, right? Huh? Pizzas, again, like I said, not more than 2 slices, maybe one. And that too, it's an occasional treat. It's not something that you should have on a daily basis. Or burgers, that split it, right? Uh, you know, like I said, when we were kids, we never had colas and all kept at home, unlike today. So I remember junk food used to come when guests used to arrive. So we kind of loved guests also. Ki bhaiya chalo, somebody is coming and we'll get the treats and all. And it was all shared, completely shared. I remember an incident. I had when I was a kid, I had fallen and kind of gotten a stitch over here. So my dad took me, got the stitches, and on my way back, since I didn't cry, he said, "Very good. I'll give you a pack of gems." I got this big packet of gems, and I was like, "Wow, this is so good! I get to eat it." But by the time I could reach home, there were so many guests sitting there, and they were like, "Oh, your daughter fell down. We heard she's got stitches. We came to meet her." And the whole line of them sitting, here I come in, and my dad says, "Chalo beta, share it with everybody." I was like, huh? Okay. So by the time I shared that entire chocolate, I was, and in the end, I think I was left with 6 of them. And it's such a memory that I still remember. Huh? I was left with just 6 of them. The minute I got to know that my brother is coming from school, I just gulped it so that, I don't have to share it any further. This is one incident which even till date we remember and we laugh so much. But at that point of time, maybe we thought, why our parents are so strict. But that is the exact way. We need to know when to stop. Today, we are not exercising that. We have colas at home does not mean you just have it on a daily basis. No, junk food is addictive. You can't have it on a daily basis. It has to be occasional. We have to rewire and relearn what our parents did for us, like murku and mithais were for Diwali, cakes for birthdays, and when somebody comes in, that time you get a little bit of treat, and that's kind of okay. And don't have restaurant food on a daily basis. Just make it an occasional habit. So to sum up, eat your main meals, especially breakfast, because this is one of the most important meal, right? You are giving your body food. It is anticipating food because after your dinner, this is almost a 12-hour gap that your body is getting without food, right? So your blood sugar levels are low, your blood pressure is low, your body anticipates food, and when you don't give your body the breakfast that is needed, your metabolism will come down and your body will make you crave for calorie dense foods. And that is the reason why most of us end up gaining weight. Observe portion control. Eat as much possible, eat at home. If it's not possible, if you are having food at a restaurant, split it, get it packed, just have a little bit of it. Whatever the portion comes, have either half or one third of it, not the entire thing, right? And the same principle applies with junk food also. Do not have the entire packet and have just very less of it and share it. The best thing is before eating any food, ask the question why. Because that is the power of why, you know. Why are you having this food? Are you having this food because you're hungry and you really need to nourish the body? Or are you having a particular food because you're just emotionally eating it for, you want to have something which is tasty, or are you getting bored and you're eating, or are you stressed and that is the reason why you're eating? The minute you get your answer from this particular why, take the next action, which kind of helps you determine your weight loss goals. And don't let what you want now interfere with what you want most. So, in case you're having the junk food, think about it, probably just taste it and then keep it away. But opt for healthy food, and the more healthy that you eat, because fruits and all versus a biscuit, two biscuits which will give you 100 calories, one small fruit is a much better option, which will give you barely 20 to 50, 30 to 50 calories, not beyond that. And it also gives you vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. So eat something which is healthy and always ask the question why. Why are you eating whatever food you're eating? And does it nourish your body or does it harm your body? With this, I come to the end of my talk. I thank every one of you for your time, and special thanks to Team TEDxBistupur. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Please bring the spot. Bring back the spot. So, we've been asking why all through the day, and now why food also. पेट की सवाल है यार. Anyway, Sangeeta Narayan, thank you so much. Can I invite Raunak Rathod to come on stage and please raise that microphone? So, a lot of y'all have been asking me, when's the music performance going to happen? So, I'm giving you a bonus today. We are having the last speaker speak today, but the last speaker is not coming going to be here alone. That speaker is going to be accompanied by another artist. And do you know where these two artists from? Can anybody shout out which place do you think they're from? Jamshedpur, Bangalore. Please be inventive. We have a lot of cities in India. Bahrain, Bombay. Okay. Does anybody know to sing a slogan for Jamshedpur? How would you sing it? Hi, Jamshedpur. How would you sing it? Please. Be inventive, Baba. Everybody's seeing movies. Mr. Gupta's, any suggestion on how we would say Jamshedpur? Like Jalle, Jamshedpur. Johar, Jamshedpur. So maybe since that's the only option I'm getting, anybody, please be inventive. Any Jamshedpur. Okay, Jamshedpur. So with that in mind, The Johar Jamshedpuris of Coral Bhamra and accompanying her on guitar, Arijit.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Coral Bhamra, and I am a performing artist. I'm a choreographer, I'm a dance mentor, an actor, and a student of Hindustani classical music. It feels amazing to be here, and I'm so full of gratitude to be amongst so many great minds and great concepts making a difference every day in the world. So, here is my talk. Actually, I'm pretty nervous right now. I hope I'm able to make some sense, and I hope I'm able to inspire my very accepting audience right here. Okay. So, I'm an artist, and the power of why, from a point of view of an artist, hit me really when I was young, and when I was in school, and when I was a child. And when I went to school, and the academic subjects were alien to me. But it made me, I was like, okay, fine, yes, I have to keep up with the pace, and maths and science and EVS and history and geography and English language and English literature and this and that and this and that and this and that. And this is what it did to my body. This is how I noticed that even while talking about something, even while expressing about something, my hands are moving, I'm walking in a certain way, maybe I'm doing a pattern, and if I'm really hungry, I'm gonna go eat something, and if I like it, mm. And then I noticed that okay, fine, that's how I made a face. What is all this? This is me following my intuition, and this is me being aware of the rasa, or literally speaking, the essence or the flavor that my ability to perform brought out of me. And what did rasa do exactly? What is the role of rasa? Or what is the role of performing arts? And what is the importance and what is the impact of performing arts? Various performing arts, singing, dancing, theatre, acting, poetry, literature. ये सब क्या है? What is the point of all of this existing in a world? And is it relevant? Or is it just a basic documented philosophy by some rishi munis in our shastras? जो कि पढ़ने में actually बहुत boring हो सकते हैं कि भाई बहुत सारा है, इतना नहीं पढ़ सकते. But it's actually very, very, very relevant in today's time. And it has been relevant since primitive times as well. So the power of why, from a point of view, from a performing artist, when I ask what is why, it means that I'm being curious. It means that my curiosity is leading me to my purpose, and my purpose is leading me to creation, and the creation is giving me a sense of fulfillment and giving me a sense of completion. That was very precise. That okay, fine. It is not just an entertainment. या डांस करने से फिट रहते हैं, मजा आता है, entertain होते हैं. But then there is a greater purpose. Art, I feel, is our mirror of the socio-political phase of generations. If we have to see which era was how, we can always look at its performing arts, its paintings, its music, its language. Everything together will give you a sense that, okay, fine, this is how this particular art was. Right now, so many of us are present over here. We belong to different religions, we speak different languages, we have different faiths, we have different concepts, we have different ideologies. We function in a different way. And as we grow up, we pick up on tools to express our own selves. Maybe we decompress with music. Maybe we decompress with running, with martial arts, with anything under the sky. And when one comes to know that all of this is leading to one purpose, which is human beings experiencing the ultimate bliss, or as we call it in Hindi, the Paramanand. So on one side we have life and the experience that we aim to get, which is the ultimate bliss. And on the other side, we have art, which bridges the gap between humans by allowing them to experience the full spectrum of human emotions, and that paves the way out to experience the Paramanand or the ultimate bliss. Well, there is so much to talk and observe about the power of why. So I will just keep it very crisp. And I would like to mention about the great pioneers of different performing arts, be it Shakespeare for his great plays, Martha Graham for her evolutionary choreographies, voicing the gender roles, the gender discrimination, empowering dancers to take it up as a profession, to making the audience know that what is happening in the society, to impacting them, to making a change. How? By breaking the rules in a very non destructive manner. Yes, art is a place where you can break and make the rules at the same time. And trust me, it has hurt none because it is always serving a greater purpose, which is unity. So, what I would like to say is that whoever, like all of us present over here, we are all seekers, we are all professionals, we are all parents, we are all mentors, we are all achievers. But how can we all become one? We can become one with finding our own mojo. And that mojo, I feel, can build and come to your awareness if we exercise simple things like conscious breathing, centering ourselves. We're all sitting here. Can we just take a few deep breaths and see if something is happening to us? Yes, can I get a response? Well, personally speaking, it did make me gain a little bit of confidence because, yes, this is the first time I'm doing it, giving a talk in front of so many people. And since my job or what I do is more about the movements and expressive measures, this is a bit challenging. But that is the whole point, that what is a girl who was literally standing always outside principal's office that, oh my gosh, she's not studying. But what changed? What changed was that I did not give up. And I was very stubborn that this is exactly what I want to do and this is how I want to do. And even if I am not making it now or 5 minutes later or a month later, that is something I am not ready to accept or absorb or give up on. And maybe that is the power of why that made me experience so many performing art forms. When I dance, I am telling a story. From there, the idea of pursuing acting bud in my brain. And that very idea that why not try to not move my hands and legs and not be in a very choreographic form and not have any makeup, expressive makeup on or extravagant costumes on, and just be in one place and act like some other character, talk like some other character, walk like some other character. And that is the place where I found that I'm allowed to fall, I'm allowed to fail, I'm allowed to live, be free, be fearless, create, brainstorm, try multiple attempts, and much more. Wow, it feels good. Thank you so much for hearing me out. This very moment is so explicit that all of us sitting over here are connected with one thing: our breaths, our very existence, and that itself is the beauty of art and the interconnectivity of art. That maybe the 10th sentence that I spoke made no sense, made absolutely no sense to you. But what if I tell you that I'm really sad? I'm really, really sad. You have no idea how sad I am. You can possibly never know how sad I am. It is sad. I feel lonely. There are so many people, and I still feel lonely. You can look at me a certain way, but if we dig deep in our present and in our certainty and in our center, you will know that we all have things that we tell to ourselves when we are absolutely alone. And that is the power of why that you can harness and bring a change in your present reality. All the parents, all the dreamers, everybody present over here. I would conclude by saying that we are all here to make a difference, and there is a difference in the world that only you can make. Please don't let anyone take that away from you. Thank you so much. Following, thank you. Following is a small presentation of Navrasa, which is the 9 emotions, namely love, anger, fear, courage, peace, me and my partner Arijit.
And this is where I start introducing Arijit, because there's a long list for him. He's a multi instrumentalist. He plays 8 instruments. He's a singer songwriter. He's a composer, a producer, and his first release, his debut release, was counted as one of the best top 5 rock singles by the IIMA, right? And he's from Jamshedpur. So before he starts off, I have to tell you there's a bonus for this as well at the end. So let the music start. And I thought I was going to be the showstopper. It took my breath away. I hope it took yours away as well for a moment. That was breathtaking. And for all who may or may not know, please, please take your seat. Uh, this music was composed. That's why I asked you to take your seat. Please give it up for Arjit because this is his composition. And, so he and I think on the same lines because I'm going to follow this act with another act of composing my own music and playing on top of it. I don't know how to play the guitar. He knows to play the guitar, so he puts the violin at the back. I don't know how to play guitar. I put the guitar and the piano at the back, and I play the violin on top. That's my only scapegoat to get a multi-person band as a single person. And please, I know it takes crazy amount of work to do this. And he did it in just flat 2 days. This is what is there for just 2 days, So please give it up to this phenomenal prodigy from Jamshedpur. He's from your city. Please give it up. Thank you. Thank you. So, I'm going to call Arjit back on stage because, and if you want to join at some point as well, or any other guitarist or any other vocalists on stage, because after my performance now, which I'm going to put you through, I'm going to ask Arjit to come out and we're going to try and do a Jugalbandi with you. We have never played together except last night for like 2 minutes. So I'm going to try to make some music for you. It will be impromptu. You will not know what it is. Some of you will say, I know what it is. Let us ask why. So the reason why I went to take my violin, because I said, the way to welcome a person to give the memento should be with music. So I thought I'd just play something for Jayanti Sheshatri, the vice principal of Loya, as she comes to give the memento with some music. Or you need to be available for your.
Actually, place it in the center.
In the center.
Yeah.
What life?
Total. Yes.
Can I see? So, Toddler's act is going to be a tough one to talk about. So please don't hold your breath. So sometimes when you do the backup plan, it might not start on time. So I have to do some improvisation as well. So by the way, I've never learned Carnatic music. All that I know of Carnatic music is what I learned. Listening to Padri Gopalnath and some beautiful violinists like that. So there also is a technical glitch.
Try again.
That's right. So this is not just going to be a showstopper, but I'm sorry, this song is going to be a showstopper, but the clap should not stop. Or can we have all the speakers who are available to come on stage, please? Please come on stage. Who is available right now? The speed at which they reach here shows how much they are listening to the command. Can I have Arjit as well, please? Or where?
स्टिल कौन लड़ सामने से लोग कौन से मत लो उन पे क्या
So,
या सामने तेज ले लो मैं चला
so nobody came up with a solution. There are no kind of work. It's one. I'm going to do it, and I can't do it. Why? Let it be fine.
ऊपर से हाँ ऊपर से अब तुम ऊपर पर actually still video
Certainly held my attention the whole evening, every moment, when I was with you and when I was backseat with the other ones. Thank you so much. Your presence here makes a big difference to the future of the pupils. The ideal we should come to share all the while and with what follows up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. ये लाइट नहीं दिया तो वहाँ हाँ ये तो करनी चाहिए हम तो अपने पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से सोचेंगे
So कुछ ऐसा जो कि हम लोग शायद सोच नहीं पाते और हम लोगों ने सोचा और आपको करके दिखाया। ये पूरी की पूरी जो ये पूरा 6 महीने का हमारा मेहनत था। लोग 1 महीने में 10 दिन में करना चाहते हैं, बिल्कुल इम्पॉसिबल है। जिन जिन हीरो को हमने बुलाया है, आप समझ लीजिए कि इनसे हमारी मुलाकात या इनसे बात 1 महीना 2 महीना पहले हो चुकी थी और तब से हम लोग इनके साथ में बात कर रहे हैं। हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि जमशेदपुर को और क्या मिल सकता है और आज उसी का नतीजा है कि ये 14 लोग जो कि न कि केवल भारत के बाहर से भी आए और उन्होंने जो भी साझा किया, एक्चुअली हम लोगों को उनका वाकई में शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए क्योंकि अभी वो जमशेदपुर बहुत लोग इसमें से पहली बार आए, जैसे गीतिका मैम है, गौरव जी हैं, गिरीक है। ये लोग जमशेदपुर सपने में भी नहीं आ सके होंगे पहले, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे है। और आपको मैं बता दूं कि गीतिका मैम और गिरीक जो है, सॉरी गौरव जी जो है, उनका एक स्टार्टअप है मॉप फूड। शार्क टैंक में आए थे ये लोग और इनका क्लाउड किचन का बहुत बेहतरीन काम है। तो मॉप का जो लास्ट वाला पी और पी है वो पकौड़ाज एंड पराठाज है, ठीक है। तो वो दिल्ली में एनसीआर में काफी सारे इनके चेन चल रहे हैं। इवन हम लोग जमशेदपुर में भी कुछ करना चाहते थे, तो मतलब कि डॉट कनेक्ट होने का समय है ये, तो काफी अच्छा रहा।
बहुत लोग आज अपने हिसाब से चीजें यहां से लेके जाएंगे। हमारा जो क्यों है, मैं ये क्यों कर रहा हूं या अपनी टीम के साथ में क्यों कर रहे हैं, क्या कोई सपोर्ट है? नहीं, हम सपोर्ट चाहते भी नहीं है। सपना हमारा है तो कोई और क्यों पूरा करे। लेकिन हाँ, जो जिस तरीके से एनआईटी के बच्चे, जिस तरीके से जितने भी वॉलंटियर्स हैं, जितने भी हमारे स्वच्छता पुकारे के हमारे फाउंडेशन के लोग हैं जो इस पूरे आज के एपिसोड के अभी जो हुआ खत्म इसके पीछे थे, उनके मेहनत के बारे में जितना कहा जाए वो बहुत कम है। क्योंकि हर दिन हम लोग झगड़ते भी थे, एक दूसरे से फाइट भी होता था, और हम लोग जब फाइट करते थे या एक दूसरे से मनमुटाव होता था तो एक बहुत अच्छा चीज सामने आता था कि एक बहुत बढ़िया आउटकम निकल के आता था, और हम लोगों को लगता था, और जिससे लड़ाई जिसकी भी होती थी दोनों में से किसी को बुरा नहीं लगता था कि चलो लड़ाई अच्छा है अगर इस तरीके का कुछ रिजल्ट निकले। तो आज सुबह से लेके अभी तक सुनील नटराज सर से शुरू करते हुए और अभी कोरल भामरा तक, आप आपने शायद कोई एक ऐसा भी नहीं देखा होगा जिनसे आप अगर चाहें, ना चाहते हुए भी कुछ अगर सीखना ना चाहे तो ऐसा नहीं होगा, आपको सीखना ही पड़ेगा। तो हर लोगों ने अपने तरीके से वो चीजें डाली हैं हमारे दिमाग में जो कि हमारे साथ में जिंदगी भर रहेगा। क्योंकि ऐसा शो मतलब 5 साल में अगर एक देख लिया तो बहुत अच्छा है, वरना जो नॉर्मल हमसे बहुत लोग पूछते हैं गौरव जी हर महीना क्यों नहीं करते, तो हम कुछ बोलते नहीं है उनको, बोले करेंगे एक समय आएगा तो करेंगे जरूर। क्योंकि टेडिक्स लंदन है जो कि साल में 3-4 करते हैं, लेकिन उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत वाइब्रेंट है। एंड इन लंदन व्हाट हैपेंस, म्युनिसिपैलिटी एंड यूनिवर्सिटी वर्क्स टुगेदर, बट हियर द केस इज डिफरेंट। अगर हमको कुछ करना है तो दूसरा जो है वो आपको पूरा परीक्षा लेने देगा कि देखते हैं कैसे फेल होता है। तो मतलब हमारी टीम में ऐसे ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि मतलब चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, अगर हम लोगों ने 6 महीना पहले बोला कि 12 अप्रैल को टेड होना है, वो ना 13 हो सकता है न 11 हो सकता है, इस टाइप की टीम है। और हम लोग मतलब डिसीजन मेकर्स ज्यादा है हमारी टीम में। और फिर क्या है ना कि दुनिया में मोस्टली क्या होता है, देर आर मोर सुपरवाइजर्स देन वर्कर्स, है ना। जैसे कि एक मकान बन रहा है तो वर्कर 4 होंगे, सुपरवाइजर 6 होंगे, है ना। तो एक दूसरे को सुपरवाइज कर रहा है, वो जाके लेबर को बोल रहा है, फिर वो दूसरे को बोल रहा है, वो फिर जाके लेबर को बोल रहा है। तो ऐसा सिचुएशन हमारे यहाँ नहीं आता है, इसलिए हम लोग मतलब काफी वेल इन एडवांस वी प्रिपेयर आवरसेल्व्स। और हर एक चीज जो आप देख रहे हैं स्टेज पे है, हर चीज जो हम कर रहे हैं, हर एक चीज के पीछे एक पर्पस है। बिना ऑब्जेक्टिव के हमारा एक भी काम नहीं है। मोमेंट जो आपको सभी स्पीकर्स को मिला उसके पीछे का भी पर्पस है कि एक व्यक्ति, रतन टाटा साहब, जो कि जाने जाना चाहते थे कि उनको लोग जाने की अ पर्सन हु मेड अ डिफरेंस। तो मतलब हो सकता है कि किसी के मन में आया कि टाटा साहब तो किसी और के हैं, टाटा साहब तो हम लोग सबके हैं। ये जमशेदपुर है और मैं टाटा के साथ में 17 साल काम करने का मुझको मौका मिला है। तो उन्होंने मेरे घर को 17 साल चलाया है, अब मेरी बारी है। मैं तो बहुत छोटा सा आदमी हूँ, मैं अगर उनके शहर के लिए थोड़ा भी कर पाऊँ तो बस वही गोल है। थैंक यू सर।
Okay, I'm clueless about this next part of it. Gaurav, you got to help me out. Do I need to give the certificate? Call the names. Okay. Nivet, see, for all the wonder of the presentation that we had, see, fall starts in the beginning, but we have finished ahead of schedule. So that's a good thing for something, you know. We start late, we finish early. A new trend to make. Let's not ask why. Miss Nivedita,
He also deserves a momentum.
He has done a fantastic job today.
So as promised, before we give the certificates out or while we are giving the certificates out, I would like to invite Mr. Stand is again. Can I get my stand back? Hey, please, it's just a mic stand. So I told you that we'll give you some bonus because we'll finish ahead of schedule, right? You have some time. We can play some Jugalbandi for you. We are just going to improvise on the spot. And some of you may know the tunes, some of you may not know the tunes. Some of you can make it up. Nice is it? Arjit, I want to start. So I thought this time I'll do it as a duet. So Arjit, your position is also good. That was part one. This is part two. So in between performance, I will be stopping to tune my violin because wooden parameters. So we wood instrumentalists have to deal with a lot of change in wood patterns in the temperature of this hall. So during the day, you must have heard, words like transformation, curiosity, and wonderment. I want you to close your eyes. All of you, just indulge us. So the only two people's eyes who are going to be open is because we have to look at each other. Signal. The rest of you can close your eyes. You, the cameraman, please close your eyes. Because you're not doing the work. That is so. Let please indulge us. Everybody. Even the backstage guys, can you just close your eyes? If you can hear me, that is. So Arijit and I, I told you, we are playing together for the first time, and this is what we're doing. So this is what we musicians do. We go from place to place, we meet new people, and then suddenly somebody says something or sings in a particular way, or then plays the guitar like that. So you got to jam with this guy. So that's what musicians do. We go and love to play with other musicians. We're kindred souls, as you mentioned. That's the why. So everybody is back to closing our eyes and switching off our phones if we might. No, 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 no. But at least close your eyes. Hey. Think about all those words that make difference in this game. Curiosity, wonder, transformation, surgical anatomy of transformation, the power of love. All those curious statements that intellectual minds spoke today. and think of what you can imagine. So I think we are going to name it Imagine. Sing along with me if you can. Wah, ah, ah, wah, ah, wah, ah, wah. You've got the things to do with your life. Everybody's get dressed by. Just see what you see. Take another view. Only you can do it. The speakers can speak what they want because they live the life. But what about you? When are you going to ask that question? Time. That's the way I wanted to salute you, wonderful people. Thank you very much for having us, have coming this evening and spending the whole day with us. Thank you so much. Let's all get up. Think about it. Put your right hand on your shoulder, and please, I know it's a cliched one, but just put your right hand on your shoulder. Give yourself a big hand. Thank you so much. Aditya, please. Give him all your love, please.
Thank you so much. I believe this was my first time in Jamshedpur, like playing for all my folks. I've been playing for almost all of the cities except Jamshedpur. But man, I never thought this much of love, and like I believe this is the city which made me what I am today because of the school we had here, the cultures we had here. I don't know. I really believe because of all those inter-school competitions and everything we had made me what I am today. Like it made me see through key academics is needed. It's just a part of your life where you just need to do it for knowledge. But at the end of the day, you need to do what's in your heart, and that's music, and that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, I think we're going to go with certificates now. Yes. So, I think Miss Nivedita, please. Can you let's see? You all can clap all together at the end, but please stay here, or you can clap for everybody and really get tired. Or you want to work from architects. Miss Nivedita. So one by one speaker, get ready. The moment he points at you, ये भी पढ़ो यार.
Mr. Alok Kumar Sharma.
Mr. Vishwan Das.
Shruti Aditya. Nidhi Aditya. Aman Utkarsh. Prerna Thakur. Rajveer Singh. Prerna
Rajveer. Oh, sorry. Okay. Ankit Singh. Okay, that's a good exercise. Clap slowly now, but at the end, nice claps. Prem Kumar. Good idea. Neha Singh. Shruti Priya. This is to Neha Singh, by the way. Shruti Priya. Unnati Chaurasia. You can come from here also. We give all options for Sweksha Mishra. Vasundhara Singhadev. Whether I'm really enjoying the handwriting, but it's really fantastic. Harshit Singh. Keep it going, guys. Only one couple that you're laughing. Yeah, Ravi Raj. And then we have a Hans Raj. Hans Raj. That's nice. Rajneesh Kumar. Safi Pal. Nepal. Can we go in front? Kumar Rana. Yash Raj. Yash Raj. Sujal Verma. So, since this is the last one, when the last person comes, clap nicely. Okay, then he is not yet come. Sujal Verma is still not come. Sujal. Oh, sorry. I tell you, this is the last one. Last. But nicely clap. Huh? Rajveer Singh. Could I request Anika Yadav to come on stage, please? Anika Yadav.
So Mrs. Anita Yadav is from Grameen Foundation. They're doing lots of work in our country, and it's a global NGO. And we are also working with them very soon on What I Say initiative. So
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Anandji, Kaushik, Sonik, who connected me to this place. Jamshedpur has a special uh, against place in my heart because of Jamshedji, Ratanji, and all those strong peoples who have given us a vision to see society in a different way and do something good which can benefit this society. So thank you again for bringing me, I mean calling me here and to be a part of this event, a wonderful event. I'm so happy to hear all speakers and from each of you I'm carrying little bit how can I do that, again why and when, that is a different thing. But yes, I'm so happy to interact with you, to be a part of these events, and thank you again.
So by now, if you're seeing me with this bag and I'll start. You guys come whenever you want. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for
Thank you. Give yourself a big hand, guys. Good participation. I hope to come and Gaurav and Hari for the next TEDx as well, but I particularly enjoyed being with you today. I hope you did.